Welcome to coverage of the 2024 vote here on CTN. I'm Steve Erickson along with Jennifer Anderson, and of course, big election night if you didn't know.
Yeah, I think everybody is aware of that. We're very excited to be with you tonight. There's a lot of attention, of course, on the national stage, but we're here to bring it very local, right to you here at home in Coon Rapids. We're going to talk about council races, the Anoka County Commissioner seat, there's state representative seats up for grabs. There's a lot to talk about right here at home.
That's right. We'll have a lot coming up here. We're going to start out talking about our city council. If you didn't know it, there are 4 seats on the ballot. 2 of the candidates are running unopposed in those races, and the other 2 races we are going to have 2 new faces on the city council this year.
There's a change no matter what. Yeah. We have our unopposed incumbents coming back, but then those 2 council seats where we have some former council members that have decided not to return, and some new faces. We don't know who that's going to be. There's 2 candidates in both of those races, so we'll run through those results very soon here for you. You'll get to see where things are at. I'm not even sure if any of our precincts are reporting yet. What is the latest? We're going to find out very soon.
I don't think we had any at this point, but we should also say it will be an all-male council starting in 2025 as well. So let's start off by showing the races we are covering here tonight and have the numbers for, beginning with our city council races. The Coon Rapids City Council at-large race, Brad Griskowiak is running unopposed in Ward 1.
In Ward 1, that's right.
Yep, and then moving to I don't know if we skipped our at-large race, but Pat Carlson is our at-large council member, and he is running unopposed as well.
And as of right now, we don't have any of our results in yet. Of course, polls closed at 8 p.m. tonight, so they are busy at City Hall crunching those numbers and getting started with organizing the ballots, and we will bring you the latest as soon as we have it. In Ward 2, we will have a new council member, as we mentioned, and in Ward 4 as well.
All right, so those are the candidates. We'll be watching for those numbers, and right now, no precincts are reporting with results there. Moving to County Commissioner, District 5, I believe. We're actually going to go through all of our County Commissioner races. This actually is an open seat for Matt Looks. That has remained vacant since he took a city manager position elsewhere. So that seat is open between Betsy O'Berry and John Heinrich.
We also have a District 5 race to watch tonight. We have Randy Nelson and Mike Gamache, who are competing for that seat. Mike Gamache is the incumbent in that seat.
Yeah, and he does represent a portion of Coon Rapids. That seat does cover Coon Rapids. In District 6, that is Jeremy Schroeder versus Julie Jepson, who is the incumbent there. And then we also have District 7.
And that's Mandy Meisner, the incumbent, running against Tahir Herzala. And we will wait and see. No precincts reporting yet, so we'll have some time here before we have a hint of what the numbers will look like as they come in. Moving on to the state races.
Yeah, we have our state representatives. For District 34B, it's incumbent Melissa Hortman, who is Speaker of the House, versus Scott Simmons. Again, no results reported.
In District 35A, we have Josh Jungling, and he is against Zach Stevenson, who is the incumbent in that seat.
Moving along to District 35B, we have Carrie Rayrauer versus Steve Pape. Of course, Carrie Rayrauer is the current Ward 2 City Council member in Coon Rapids. She did not run for re-election because she is running for state rep.
And then going to the U.S. House of Representatives in District 3, there will be a new representative in that seat. We have Tad Jude running against Kelly Morrison.
And then for U.S. Senator in Minnesota here, one of our Senate seats up, Amy Klobuchar versus Royce White. You can see there are some results reporting there, but still very few. Royce with 51% of the vote, Klobuchar with 46%.
Long way to go. And of course, on the national stage, a very, very long way to go. Probably a thing that we may not be able to conclude tonight. We will see, time will tell. But of course, Donald Trump running against Kamala Harris.
All right, and 137 precincts reporting there. We also have a constitutional amendment on the ballot, correct?
That's right. So the constitutional amendment asked voters to decide if they wanted to continue to reserve money from the state lottery to funnel it towards environmental uses. And so if people voted yes on the ballot, they were saying, yes, we'd like to continue to use funds from the state lottery for environmental reasons. If they did not fill out that question, that was the same as a no vote. Or if they filled out no, that was saying, no, we didn't want to designate the money in that way.
All right, so we'll continue to watch all those results here tonight and bring them to you as more becomes available. Of course, it was a big day. Polls were open in Coon Rapids and all over the state from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Of course, this is sort of the finale. People have been
Voting.
absentee
Yes.
voting now for a number of weeks by absentee, but we sent CTN Steve Antis out to the polls today to kind of get a flavor of what was going on.
It's been going very well, nice and smooth. We're open in 22 locations, and we're ready for all of our voters.
Across all the voting precincts in the city, 231 election judges worked in the 22 polling locations. Here at the Coon Rapids Civic Center, they saw a steady stream of voters coming in since 7 a.m. to vote in Ward 3, Precinct 2, who have made it to the polls to cast their vote.
The lines are minimal. We had a little bit of a lineup in the morning, which can be expected. You know, there's kind of that build up to the anticipation of opening day. And then it gets a little busier after work. But we have electronic poll pads, which really streamlines the check-in process. And it looks like we're averaging about 30 seconds per check-in. So that's pretty quick.
All right, you are all set.
Well, I just need to feel like I need to have my voice be heard, so I came down and just to vote.
I vote out every chance I get. Every chance, especially this year.
We found plenty of voters at the Anoka County Sheriff's Office, where voters from Ward 1 Precinct 1 and Ward 1 Precinct 2 were casting their ballots. The voters we talked to said voting was not difficult.
Yeah, I don't know if I just hit the time right or not, but it was very easy and everybody was friendly and able to ask questions, so quick and easy process.
Well, it's just a little after 3 p.m. and Precinct 1 is outpacing Precinct 2 with voter turnout. Just a little over 830 voters have voted already, and Precinct 2 just coming up on 800, so a lot of action and busy voter turnout here at the Anoka County Sheriff's Office. We're going to send it back to you now in the studio.
And thanks so much to Steve for going out there today and talking to voters. They were busy, not just today, but as you mentioned, for many days. Voting has been underway for several weeks, and that has helped to alleviate some pressure on Election Day by spreading out the traffic. Somebody who knows that very well, of course, is our city clerk. She's been managing all of it for weeks, and we're going to talk to her now.
Yeah, let's head over to City Hall where City Clerk Joan Lensmeyer is standing by. Joan, you've made it for over 12 hours today at least, right?
We have. Thank you.
How are things going right now? Actually, what we want to really know is what is happening right now. What are the elections judges doing since the polls closed at 8?
Well, right now they are at the locations and they are compiling their results, working through their closing the polls checklist, and getting things ready to transport back to City Hall.
And it's a little bit different this year that if you had an absentee ballot, you could turn it in all the way up till when the polls closed at 8 o'clock on Election Day, correct? So how does that change things, or does it change things in any way for you and the election judges out at the precincts to be collecting those ballots all the way up to the very end?
It doesn't change anything out at the precincts, but it does change it here. We're still waiting for those ABs to be processed. We had some dropped off here, and they were picked up by Anoka County election judges at 8:45, so those have to be processed. I think what's going to happen, it's great for the voter in that they could drop them off last minute before the end of polling, but it'll delay results a bit because those have to be added to the election day results before they're uploaded.
So it's about patience, allowing people the chance to get every last moment of a voting opportunity in, but then the counting happens, right? You got to give it its time.
Right, and of course everybody wants to know what are the numbers, right? What are the numbers going to be, and do you have any expectation of maybe when we'll see all the results from all 22 precincts?
No pressure, huh? I would say that we won't see anything until at least 10. Okay. That's going to be my guess. I'm hoping to start seeing things around 10-ish, plus or minus.
Okay, so a little later than normal years,
That
correct?
is later than normal, yes.
Okay.
How did things go overall? What are your impressions of the day and of the several days leading up?
I would say things have gone well. Absentee voting was definitely popular. We voted a lot of folks here during the direct balloting process where they can place their vote right or their ballot right in the machine. We are happy that they enjoy that. It was busy. Things are going well at the location today. We had a couple of times where, there's those peak times where the crowd was a little bigger in locations, but our election judges did their best to manage the after work crowd and that early in the morning. If you talk to voters, I think everyone will say that with electronic poll pads, check-in was really very smooth, and getting registered was also really smooth if you needed to do that.
Yeah, we saw some of that in the video. It's pretty slick how they can just go right up to the screen and access their info and hopefully, alleviate some of that, paper shuffling for the volunteers and the election judges who are there.
Do we have any idea at this point what voter turnout looks like here in Coon Rapids?
We do. At the close of polls, we were looking at about 81%, which is a good turnout.
All right, that is very good.
And is that about average for the city, or maybe slightly above average?
I would say that we in Coon Rapids, voters really do turn out, especially in a presidential. It's about on par with 2020, maybe a little bit less. I'd have to pull the data, but as memory serves, we were a little higher than that in 2020, but that 81 is a good number.
How about the absentee voting element? Because obviously we had the pandemic for our last presidential election in 2020. Do we have any idea how the absentee balloting compares this year to, say, 2016?
I didn't compare to 2016, but I did compare the 2020.
Yeah.
And because of the pandemic, we were at 60% or so voted absentee during that. We're at 32%.
Okay.
Preliminarily. There may be, they're still adding some that are getting delivered right now. That's still a great number. That's a lot of folks voted beforehand.
It's become a more popular choice for folks, it seems.
Right. What we're hearing from folks is that they love the flexibility to choose when to do it and to choose a time that's off-peak where they don't have to wait in line.
And because of that, this might be a surprising answer for some people. When you asked when is the most popular day to vote or when is it busiest, the answer might not necessarily be today. What would be the answer of when did you find the most busiest time, or perhaps the longest wait that people encountered?
I would say that on Monday, the wait here at City Hall, because it was the last day of absentee voting, we had an hour-and-a-half wait. That's a long time. And we've not had an hour-and-a-half wait in any location today.
Yeah, that's interesting. People are probably thinking, oh, it's my last chance before the rush, but that actually became the rush, which is interesting.
Exactly.
It did. Yeah, we were here till 6:45 voting, folks, on that Monday night. So I will say, absentee voting starts 46 days ahead, and that direct balloting starts 18 days ahead. So if you don't want a line, maybe not the last day.
Hey, just like anything in life, we're all procrastinators
Right?
and just tend to wait till the last day, right? Can you talk about the undertaking of running an election? Obviously, it's a big undertaking for you, for your staff. What does it take to put on an election? You obviously need election judges.
We have great support here, starting with the city council and the city manager and all of the election judges that are willing to do this job. They were in locations by 5:30 or 5:45 this morning, and they take very little breaks, and they go until they are reconciled and have reported and transferred custody of all of the ballots, materials, and equipment to me. And so I thank them. There are 231 people serving the community tonight as election judges, in addition to City Hall staff. So we have the support we need, and we appreciate them.
Plus all the judges that actually did the absentee ballot, because they were down in the Civic Center for many days.
Yeah, for weeks, of course.
Right, and all of those folks that served as absentee judges also worked today, so they're real tired.
Everybody's ready for a break, I'm sure, because
Right.
that is a lot of work. And we do thank them for giving of their time in that way, because it is an important service that they provide. Talk a little bit about the strategy, though, that goes into that. It's not just simply placing people anywhere on election day. There is a balance required, correct, of election judges? It maybe isn't something that everybody's aware of that you have to consider.
Sure, I can explain that. So in each location, we have to have at least one Democrat and one Republican, because those are the two official major parties, so one of each. And we have to have balance in that we can have no more than half if we have an even number of election judges, and no more than half plus one if we have an odd number. So we do our best to have, 4 and 4 if that's what we've got, but we also have folks who don't affiliate, and so then they can do tasks that don't involve handling voted ballots. So we have a lot of good help, and we have great balance, and so I place them based on their party affiliation. They've got to check in with me and register that so that I know, and we place them as we need them. We have a lot of folks that return, and those that retire out of the biz, as we say, or age out. We then advertise, and we get them from the parties, because the parties provide information on those that want to serve, and we fill in where we need them.
Well, thanks, Joan. I know it's a lot to manage, and Joan, like many city clerks in Minnesota, but across the country, have been very busy managing these safeguards and rules. There are lots of stipulations that people aren't always aware of that are in place to make the election run a certain way and make sure that everything's being handled in a specific way and the way that it is intended to be. So I think those little details can be interesting, because it's just stuff that people don't know.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right. You got anything else you want to tell us?
I do not. Keep
You got a
your
few
eyes
things to
on
do.
the screen so that you can see when those results start posting.
We got them automated plugged in here, so as soon as we have them, we will put them up for folks at home. But we do appreciate you taking your time out of your night. We know you're doing a lot over there at City Hall, so we appreciate it.
Thank
City
you.
Clerk Joan Meyer coming to us tonight from City Hall.
Thanks, Joan.
All right. Well, the county is also a busy place on an election night.
It is, that's right. Once the precincts go through the process that they need to process the ballots, print out the receipts, get the information, then it goes to the City Hall. But it doesn't stop there. Then City Halls funnel their information to the county, so it's a chain reaction, and the county becomes a very busy place.
For sure. We're going to check in there momentarily, but before we do that, we want to first run through the results again, what we have in at this point. Again, we just heard from the city clerk. We are likely not to have local results till after 10 o'clock tonight, as they're still adding up the absentee ballots that were dropped off late tonight.
Just as a reminder, in the city council elections here in Coon Rapids, we had that at-large seat, Pat Carlson running unopposed, and in Ward 1 we had Brad Groskowiak running unopposed, and then in Ward 2 we have Peter Butler against Don Willardson.
All right, and Ward 4, you can see there Blake Miskowick and Christopher Geisler vying for that open seat.
Anoka County Commissioners, District 1, we have Betsy O'Barry and John Heinrich.
And again, that is an open seat to replace Matt Look.
And in District 5, Randy Nelson running against incumbent Mike Gamache.
And moving to District 6, we have Jeremy Schroeder versus the incumbent Julie Jepson.
And moving to District 7, we have incumbent Mandy Meisner, and challenging her is Tahir Herzala.
Moving to our state races now for state representative in District 35B, incumbent Melissa Hortman versus Scott Simmons there.
District 35A, Josh Jungling is running against incumbent Zach Stevenson.
And moving to District 35B, it is Carrie Rayrauer versus Steve Tate.
Moving on to the U.S. representative race in District 3, Tad Jude versus Kelly Morrison.
In U.S. Senator, Minnesota there, one of our state senator seats, Amy Klobuchar versus Royce White.
And of course, the story of the night nationally.
Yes. Still just
Who will be president?
156 of 4,103 precincts reporting in Minnesota.
We got a long ways to go.
Same thing for our constitutional amendment that is ahead right now, but of course.
Yeah, that could change many times as the night
And that
continues.
graphic should be at the very beginning, and that is Pat Carlson, who is running unopposed for Coon Rapids City Council, and there's Ward 1, who's also running unopposed. All right, back to the county. Like we said, they're busy up there right now, getting a lot of stuff going, and we had sent our Steve Antis up there earlier today to talk to Anoka County Elections Manager. Steve?
I'm here at the Anoka County Government Center, where the results of tonight's election and votes will be coming in from across Anoka County on a secured server. And joining us now here is the Elections Director, Tom Hunt. Tom, it's been an incredible day for you, I imagine. First of all, let me ask you, how has it gone?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it has been an incredible day. The turnout has been extremely strong. And yes, it's been a very busy day. Yep, we've had a lot of turnout at the polling place. Absentee turnout was great as well. We had roughly 36% turnout before Election Day. And I would imagine our turnout, I haven't looked at it, but probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 85% plus. So.
You said 36% was in absentee voting. How many votes would that translate to here across Anoka County?
I believe that translated to roughly, I think, 85,000 absentee votes. I'd have to double check the numbers, but it was somewhere right around there.
Okay. And with respect to the feedback that you've gotten regarding some of the new voting laws this year, anything that you can share with us?
Sure. I know a lot of people have appreciated the fact that they can drop off their absentee ballots to their city or town hall or to the Anoka County Government Center right up until 8 o'clock. I think that's helped a lot of people. We've seen a lot of people drop off their ballots here all the way up until the close of polls. So I know that that is definitely one that people have enjoyed and been taking advantage of.
Okay, and now you and your staff are in the process of beginning to receive ballots and doing the counting, is that right?
Yes, so we are still in the process of kind of wrapping everything up. Because of that new law we just kind of mentioned, we do have a number of cities that did receive some absentee ballots dropped off closer to the close of polls. So we do have teams of judges that are going out to retrieve those. They'll then bring them back to us where we'll have judges accept those ballots if they can be accepted, and then open them, and then we'll scan them, and then after all is said and done, then we'll tabulate the results and get everything posted to the state's website.
Okay, and the next step then will be going to the Anoka County Canvassing Board, is that right?
Correct, yes. We'll start pulling everything together and putting together all the statistics and preparing everything for the canvassing board, which here at the county is going to be on Wednesday, November 13th at 2 p.m.
Okay, and anything else that you want to share with us about this incredible election for 2024?
I just want to say great job, everybody. The turnout was amazing, and that means just more people are engaged and more people went out and made their voices heard. So that's great.
All right, we thank you so much, Tom Hunt, the Anoka County Elections Director here at the Anoka County Government Center. And now we're going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Steve. Steve was just up there a short time ago to do that interview with Tom Hunt. And yeah, same type of thing. This allowing absentee ballots to be delivered right up until 8 p.m. on Election Day is going to slow things down tonight.
It's convenient for the voter, a little bit of an extra challenge for those counting on the back end. And for those of us who are tap dancing on TV with you tonight, we'll just keep doing that, right? Because we have to just keep waiting it out, along with the rest of you watching at home as the numbers trickle in, maybe a little slower than we'd like, or maybe slower than we're used to. We're going to take a little break, but those numbers, if any of them do come in while we're on a break, you will continue to see the results cycling through on the channel, and they will be updated automatically as soon as they become available.
All right, stay with us. You're watching live coverage of the 2024 vote here on CTN. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2024 vote here on CTN. I'm Steve Erickson, and we've just passed 10 o'clock, and we are still waiting for much of the results to come in. If you've been with us since 9 o'clock, you'll know a lot of that at this point is due to the new rules this year for absentee voting, which allowed anyone to bring an absentee ballot right up till 8 o'clock on election night to City Hall or wherever, and those votes now have been collected and brought up to Anoka County and need to be added to the vote totals from the poll. So that is taking a little longer than normal. We talked to City Clerk Joan Lensmeyer a little earlier. I think she was hoping that we'd have results. It wouldn't be till after 10 o'clock, but hopefully we have some start coming in here, maybe by about 10:30 tonight. So right now, we're going to still go through those pages and let you know what we're kind of following here tonight. As we mentioned, there are 4 Coon Rapids City Council seats on the ballot. 2 of those are unopposed, including Pat Carlson, who is our current at-large council member. Brad Griskowiak, Ward 1, also running unopposed. In Ward 2, that is the open seat there. Peter Butler is going against Don Willardson for that seat. And in Ward 4, it's Blake Miskowick versus Christopher Geisler, another open seat there. Moving to our county commissioner races in District 1, this is a vacant seat for Matt Look, who became a city manager, I believe, somewhere else, and resigned his seat. Betsy O'Berry versus John Heinrich. Moving to District 5, this one covers Coon Rapids, Mike Gamache versus Randy Nelson there. Gamache, the current incumbent. District 6, Julie Jepson is the incumbent there versus Jeremy Schroeder. And in District 7, incumbent Mandy Meisner versus Tahir Tarzala. In our state rep races in District 34B, it's Speaker of the House Melissa Hortman versus the incumbent there. She's the incumbent, obviously there with Speaker of the House versus Scott Simmons. In District 35A, Josh Jungling versus Zach Stevenson. And in District 35B, it's Steve Pape versus Carrie Rayrauer. Moving to U.S. Representative in District 3, Tad Jude versus Kelly Morrison. And for U.S. Senator, Amy Klobuchar versus Royce White. On the national level, obviously, we are voting for a president this year. 694 of the 4,103 precincts are in Minnesota, with Trump at 60%, Kamala Harris at 37%. And we've already seen those races, so we can cycle through those. Are we done with those races? It looks like. All right. Let's go to this. Coon Rapids City Council member, Ward 1, Brad Griskowiak. Obviously, we do not have any results reporting there, just 0. But he is the incumbent in that race, and he is joining Jennifer Anderson now over in studio. Jen?
Thank you, Steve. That's correct. We have 2 races for our local city council seats that are unopposed. Both of those races have incumbents in those positions. So we're going to speak to those candidates now. Not a ton of suspense for this one seat tonight, but there's a lot of other suspense that we're all waiting for. So I think it's okay that we can talk tonight, right? I'm with Brad Griskowiak. He's our Ward 1 current council member and very likely to be our next council member as well. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. Yeah, a little bit anticlimactic because without a challenger and everything like that, and without any numbers coming in yet, a little bit early on this, but I wanted to come in and just talk a little bit about it anyway.
You know, it must be kind of a mixed bag to be an incumbent candidate who's running again, to have that unopposed race. You know, on the one hand, you sort of want that engagement, but on the other hand, maybe that's a testament to your job.
Well, that's a good point. When I first realized that I was going to be unopposed, I thought, oh, a little sigh of relief, right? I won't have to work quite as hard this fall. Then I thought about it a little bit more, and I thought to myself, there's 12,000 people that live in Ward 1, and there wasn't anybody else that wanted to step up and run in this capacity. I thought, well, maybe I'm a little bit disappointed. Then in talking with a lot of people, and I did a little campaigning, and I put up a few signs. Most people said, Brad, I think the reason is because you're doing a pretty good job, and Coon Rapids is run pretty well right now. So I feel pretty good about the position that I'm in, and I'm looking forward to another term and helping the residents.
Why did you decide to go for a 3rd term? Is there anything in particular about your first 2 terms in office that really motivated you to want to come back and do more work?
Well, the main thing, it goes back to why I ran in the first place, and it's really civic duty. I wanted to be engaged, and I have time, and it's a good time in my life to help out and do these types of things. So that was the main reason why I ran. That's the main reason I continue to run. And I've gained some experience over the last 8 years on the city council, and I think that that experience can help us move the city forward. So that's where I'm at today.
And there will be some change on the council, and that is common. There are seats that are staggered, so every 2 years certain seats are up for re-election, and not always do you have those incumbent seated council members decide to run again, and there are 2 seats where the current council members aren't running. What do you look forward to when you see some new faces come on? What does that mean for a veteran like yourself who's been through it a few times?
Well, the main thing is new perspective. It's always going to be great to bring new perspective because, the city's evolving, the community's evolving, demographics are changing, so it's always good to have the new perspective. I will say that, a couple of the members that are going to be moving on were valued, and they really did a lot of great work and had quite a few years on the city council, so we'll miss that. But I'm sure that whoever's elected is going to be ready to step up and help and contribute and be part of the team for us.
What are you looking forward to in the next term? There's a lot going on in the city. I mean, there's some very visible projects. You can see the new water tower that's just gone up. There's a big pedestrian bridge that will become very visible soon. But there are a lot of behind the scenes things too. Is there something in particular you're really looking forward to, or a challenge that you're really ready to tackle?
Well, one of the things is when I ran the first time, I thought we can do some nice stuff on Coon Rapids Boulevard. And I always thought if we had a nice entrance coming into Coon Rapids Boulevard to greet people to coming in, I always thought that would be a really great thing to do. And lo and behold, we've got federal funding and state funding to put the pedestrian bridge over Coon Rapids Boulevard. So that's an interesting project. You can see that there's some progress going on right now. They've got cranes out there. They're doing pylons. So that's going to be a great project. And looking back over the last few years, we have the Hanson Bridge overpass. We have the big project we're doing right now with the water tower, but continued work on Coon Rapids Boulevard. And the other thing, maybe not so visible unless you're a homeowner with a dead tree in your yard, is that the emerald ash borer and all of our ash trees that have died, and we really got to get out in front of that this year. So we're looking forward to funding that and getting new trees planted and really brightening up the city with some new trees and vegetation.
Well, and just for some context there, only about half of the trees that are infected with emerald ash borer have been removed so far. There's several thousand, maybe 3,000 or more left to do, and then it's talking about planting. So there, I'm sure, is a huge challenge ahead for the council to try to figure out where does that money come from that is not normally there for such a big project. How do we do this? I think I remember the figure being somewhere in the range of maybe like 150 trees is a normal year, and we're talking about thousands.
We're talking thousands of trees, yeah. I don't know, I can't remember the number, 8,000 maybe ash trees in the city of Coon Rapids, and for the most part, most of them are going. We're treating some and keeping them alive. Some of the bigger ones, the more healthy ones, are staying in play. We're lucky, we're fortunate in Coon Rapids. We have an on-site forester, so he's managing the process as well as we can, but it does come down to finances and how are we going to pay for this and how are we going to budget, and we've got a 5-year plan going forward for that. So
and you are kind of a budget guy. If you pay attention and watch council meetings, you'll notice that you do tend to ask those minutia questions about the budget, and you're in that process right now on the existing council of deciding and settling on the budget for 2025. That will continue. Then you have this whole process of bringing in some new people and teaching them what that process is like, and it really is almost a whole year-long process to look at a budget for the following year.
It is, and what we try to do is we try to level it off. We're not just really looking at the budget for this year, but we're looking at projects and expenses that are coming down the pipe to kind of keep it even. We don't like to see big raises or dips either way on the budget. We're trying to keep an even keel on that. And you're right, I am a bit of a budget hawk. I keep an eye on the numbers, and we will ratify our 2025 budget in December. We can bring it down from the preliminary, but we can't bring it up, and I'm looking for ways to bring it down if we can. Haven't found any yet, but I keep asking the questions.
Well, Brad, thank you for coming in tonight and chatting with us. I'm sure the city will hear more from you in the years to come. Again, this is our projected winner. We don't have results yet, but running unopposed for City Council in Ward 1. Thanks so much for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
And now we're going to send it back to Steve, who has more on the results for us tonight. And I think we're going to check in with a few of the parties, because we are, as we've said, waiting for results. But that doesn't mean that people aren't already gathering and kind of feeling the vibe tonight. Isn't that right, Steve?
Yeah, if we can't interview the winners yet, we should at least find out what's going on at their parties at the moment. And we're going to check in here momentarily with Steve Antis, who we just sent over to Aloe Brewing in Coon Rapids, where some of the DFL state rep candidates are hanging out. Steve, what do you got?
All right, we're here at Alloy Brewing along Coon Rapids Boulevard in Coon Rapids, and this is a private party going on behind me for the Democrats here, and now being joined by Tom Kiekefer, who is the Senate District Chair for the DFL. And Tom, we don't see any candidates quite yet here at Alloy Brewing, is that right?
That's correct. The candidates decided to wait to see what the results look like before they come here tonight. That's kind of been their tradition, is kind of wait and see. And unfortunately, the results are coming in pretty late, so it might be a late night.
Okay, and we drove by earlier tonight, and it was rather busy. A lot of folks had come out initially to look for their favorite candidate, I imagine.
That's right. Yeah, we had about 50 people here earlier tonight. We started at about 7 o'clock, and we're going to go to about 11, and we'll see what the results come in as at that time.
Okay, and again, you said that they're going to be coming once the results are called, and you've got the party till what, at least 11 o'clock tonight?
Yeah, we have the Alloy Brewing till about 11 o'clock tonight, and it looks like the results are coming in. I haven't seen any results from the county yet, so I think it's going to be a while before we start seeing stuff. Hopefully soon.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it, and all the best to your candidates out there.
All right, thank you very much.
That's Tom Kiekefer, the Senate District Chair for the DFL, and now we're going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Steve, thank you. We thought some of the candidates were hanging out there, but maybe not. But like I said, there's other people hanging out there drinking tonight, and I think they might have to stay open all night before we get some of these results. Again, like we mentioned with the absentee ballot process, it is slowing results down tonight. But a few races that we do know are two of our city council races where they were running unopposed. Another one there, we just heard from Brad Jaskowiak in Ward 1. Pat Carlson, our at-large council member, has no votes right now, but we're pretty sure that he is going to pull it off here tonight, and he is standing by now with Jennifer Anderson in studio. Jen?
That's right, Steve. I think it's fairly safe to say we can talk to Pat already, even though we don't have any precincts reporting. Pat Carlson is our at-large council member. He's running unopposed for the seat again. Pat, thanks for coming in tonight.
Thanks for having me. I hope I can eke it out tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, we don't want to be presumptuous in projecting anything too soon. But, these two races that are unopposed, it is kind of Brad mentioned too, sort of a mixed bag of feelings. But when you're an at-large candidate, that means that you're representing the whole city. And that is, I'm sure, a lot of work for campaigning. So I would think it took a little pressure off the door knocking, the yard signs, all of that, when you're not canvassing the entirety of the city this time.
It did take the pressure off. At the same time, it's like I don't want to be lazy, so I told myself, since I wasn't going to be out knocking on doors and such like, and Lord knows people have had enough of that probably already this year. I just try to keep up my efforts of reaching out to the community in other ways, and so I have been still pretty visible with other things in other ways.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I am able to give you the nickname myself, but I mean, if I can, I'm just going to call you Mr. Facebook, because I think sometimes you have the scoop before any of us, whether we work at the city or not, and you have quite a following, so you're really finding a lot of different ways to engage with people in person and out volunteering in activities and events, but also online.
And that was that's a real blessing to me. Although I wasn't going door to door, a lot of residents are reaching out to me through Facebook, and a lot of residents have been contacting me all fall.
And you managed to always stay up on so many of the details of the development and the business community and the small businesses, you know, the kind of quintessential mom and pop shops and developments. How do you keep up with it? What is your method to finding out and staying up on what's new?
I don't know if I want to give up any trade secrets, you know, but a few people, you know, our community development department in Coon Rapids is absolutely fantastic. So I check in with them every now and then. Every now and then I check in with the management at Riverdale. Every now and then somebody gets a hold of me and says, hey Pat, I heard about this business. And so I'll go out and check it out. Sometimes I'll just go out and drive around and just look. If I see something happening, I'll stop by and find someone to talk to.
And it's important because it helps people understand all that is happening in the city, when sometimes people might have a misconception that there's nothing new, and that really is not the case.
No, there's always something happening.
It's true. So your first term was 2020, and this now will be your second term if, as I said, we're presuming that this goes the way we think it will. Why did you want to stay around for another term?
I just want to continue to serve, you know, and the community engagement, I just think it's absolutely fantastic. Getting a chance to work with residents and you know, smooth things out a little bit if they need some help is something I really enjoy doing. And so with me, it was just to continue to serve. That's all.
And you do that in a lot of ways. Of course, you have a history with the police department, active in a variety of volunteer committees and organizations throughout the city. Talk a little bit about what that gives you in terms of a perspective that you're able to bring to the council in the way that you are involved in those different facets.
With me, it's all about community, you know. And I like to use the expression sometimes, it's like a big town like a small town. And it's through our different community events that we bring people together. Regardless of who you are, how long you lived here, where you came from, I want everyone to feel like they're a part of the city. And that's the way we do it, is with these large community events. And so that's why it's just really important to me. And that's why, with me, I guess that's what I bring. You talked to Brad Griskoviak earlier. Boy, I'll tell you, he's a wonderful budget guy. He knows the numbers. With me, it's about community engagement. That's, I think, what I bring to the council.
And how would you encourage somebody who isn't a usual suspect in the room, isn't, you know, sort of familiar with all the council steps and policies, or isn't at every community event? How would you encourage people to get involved and sort of make that first contact to learn a little more about the city they live in?
Oh boy, you know, of course our website, our city website's fantastic, you know, or I mean, you know, Pat Carlson, you know, Council at Large, you know, Facebook, my Facebook page. I'm not trying to.
We maybe can't compete with your Facebook page. I hate to say it, Pat. We try. But
I'm not going to try to grab any more followers, but you know, I try to keep things on our Facebook page. Our city website's just absolutely fantastic. And when you see a lot of these community events, you see our commissions, right? Our commissions put a lot of wonderful things on. In particular, our arts commission. You know, I'm a part of the Community Strength Foundation. There's a lot of places we're always looking for volunteers. If someone sees like an event coming up, like Rocky's Pumpkin Patch or what have you, and if they reach out to Community Strength Foundation or reach out to me, hey, I want to help out, everyone's welcome to come aboard.
Yeah, there's always a job. Somebody can find something
always
for you,
something
right?
Out there, yeah.
And you're great about making those relationship ties and those connections. What are you looking forward to in this next term? Any particular projects or events, or what's kind of on the horizon for you that you're really gearing up for?
Well, we have a lot of great community events, and I've got a couple things rolling in my head that I'd like to try to.
Don't lock us into anything yet. That
no,
hasn't
not yet,
been announced.
not yet.
Okay,
Nope, not yet. Got a couple things going. I want a couple more community engagement type things. I've had a little contact with the No County Historical Commission or Society about some things with our immigrant residents, and we're going to call it Immigrant Stories. And just something I'm working on there. Just some communication. You know, increasing our events, trying to get more people to come to our events. Right, the numbers are growing. Rocky's Pumpkin Patch, the tree lighting, and all that. We just want to make those bigger and better every year, bigger and better. We've got some projects we have to tackle. You know, we've made a lot of moves with infrastructure, with our water tower and our fire department and such like. And now we've got to start to think about how we're going to tackle our 70-year-old water mains and some of these public works projects. And so as far as like the work of government and taking care of our infrastructure, there's some things we have to work on.
And now also bringing some new faces on, the two seats that our current Carrie Rayrauer and Jenny Geisler did not run again for their seats. So we know there will be two new faces on the council. Bringing them on board, kind of training those new people up into the process. That must be something that you have a sort of invested interest in as well, to sort of help them find their path in getting their footing in that job.
Absolutely. As Brad had mentioned, everybody brings something to the table, and everybody has some type of a talent or something that they offer. And so, yeah, just finding that, and our council has worked together pretty darn well. And so we want to continue that. And so whoever the new members are, of course, we're going to work together and do everything we can to work together and make it a better city.
Well, thanks so much for coming in, Pat, and whoever those members will be is probably going to be a little bit of a wait yet.
Yep.
We're still waiting on those results, so thanks for coming in ahead of time and speaking with us. We appreciate having you here
Thank
tonight.
you for having me.
And as we continue to wait for those results, we will cycle through some of who and what seats we are watching tonight and see if any of those precincts are starting to come in yet. And Steve, I know it's going to continue to be a bit of a waiting game, isn't it?
Do you have any guesses if we have any results yet?
Well, I'm really, really hoping there's something, but I've been so captivated talking with Pat Carlson that I guess I can't say for sure.
I mean, Pat's such a great guy, and he competes with us on social media all the time.
I mean, are we winning though? I hope we're still winning.
I don't know. I don't know if we have the results. We'll look into that.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And yeah, like you said, we're just kind of hanging out here waiting for results to come. Obviously, we've just heard from our two current council members who appear, unless some big surprise comes up tonight, that they will both be on the council for another term, Brad Wiskowiak and Pat Carlson, who we just heard from. Again, we have two other seats, Ward 4 and Ward 2 and 4. So there's Ward at large, Ward 1. We're going to move to Ward 2. Peter Butler versus Don Willardson. This is an open seat. Carrie Rayrauer currently holds this seat and did not run for re-election because she is running for state rep. So we will have a new face in that seat. Another new face in this seat, Councilmember Jenny Geisler, did not choose to run again this year. So Blake Miskowick and Christopher Geisler are running for that seat. Again, we do not have any results to report at this hour. No County Commissioner in District 1. This is an open seat, a vacant seat for Matt Look. Betsy O'Berry versus John Heinrich. Moving to District 5, this one represents Coon Rapids. Mike Gamache, the incumbent there, versus Randy Nelson. In District 6, it is incumbent Julie Jepson versus Jeremy Schroeder. And in District 7, it is incumbent Mandy Meissner versus Tahir Harzala. Moving on to State Representative in District 34B, incumbent Melissa Hortman versus Scott Simmons there. Again, no results reporting at this point. State Representative District 35A, it is Josh Jungling versus Zach Stevenson. And in District 35B, it is Steve Pape versus Carrie Rayrauer. Moving to U.S. Representative in District 3, it is Tad Jude versus Kelly Morrison. Again, a lot of zeros on the board. Hey, we do have some members in this race, though. U.S. Senator, one of our Senate seats, Amy Klobuchar's up for re-election. And again, only 954 of 4103 precincts reporting across the state at this hour. Moving to U.S. President and Vice President, 954 of 4103 precincts are reporting in the state. So a long ways to go there as well. And the constitutional amendment that is on the ballot, currently 65% yes and 20% no. We're not getting the results here. The 65% is correct, but it looks like about 15% didn't answer that question, which counts as a no vote, but it's not adding into the percent there. So currently constitutional amendment number 1 is passing. And Jen, I should go back to you because you're the expert on this.
I'm the expert.
You're the expert on Constitutional Amendment 1. What exactly is that? I know I have the sheet here somewhere.
Yes,
Oh, yeah, I have
so
it over
the
here.
amendment is asking the question if Minnesotans would like to continue to allot the funds from the Minnesota State Lottery to go toward environmental uses. And currently that is what the funds are used for from the state lottery. But if voters vote yes on that constitutional amendment, what they're saying is, yes, we want money from the Minnesota State Lottery to be used and earmarked specifically for environmental purposes, and there's a list of potential ways in which it could be used. If voters filled out no on their ballot, they're saying, no, we don't want that money earmarked in that way. Or if a voter left it blank, that also then would count as a no vote. But again, many, many precincts yet to come in terms of results, so it's really too early to say whether or not that's leaning one way or the other. So some of those really early results as they come in, Steve, can be a little bit deceiving because it could flip-flop any which way. The night is young. Whether it's late or not, the night is still young in terms of results.
Well, I appreciate you doing your homework on that amendment. I did not, and you just didn't know you were going to be the expert on that tonight.
Sure, call me the expert. That's okay.
But you know what? We need to fill with something at this point. So I don't know if we have anything else ready at this point. I know Steve Antis. We do have him. Okay, great. Steve Antis, who had just joined us from Aloe Brewing in Coon Rapids, where some of the DFL folks were hanging out. He sent him up to Willie McCoy's in Andover, where some of the Republicans were going to be hanging out tonight. Of course, they're all just waiting for the votes, just like we are, and we're going to send it over to him now in Andover. Steve?
Well, thank you very much. We are here at Willie McCoy's in Andover, and behind me you see a private party room with a number of Republican supporters and 2 candidates for Minnesota House District 35A, Josh Jungling, and 35B with Steve Pape. And right now there's a lot of supporters, as I say, they are making some speeches, waiting for results as everyone else is here. And when we find the results, we will be talking to these folks. They're going to be here all night at Willie McCoy's in Andover, and they are excited for the results. We're going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Steve, thank you. We're all excited to get some results, and we hope to have some more shortly. Again, we are seeing a little slowdown this time, not because anything is wrong, just that absentee balloting changed this year. There were more absentee voting hours. That's not really the issue at this point. The issue is folks were allowed to turn in an absentee ballot right up until 8 o'clock tonight, and those votes have to be added to each precinct tally, and that will be done before the results are released. So I imagine we're not seeing a lot of other statewide results, so I imagine that's happening all across the state, so it is delaying things here tonight. But again, we do hope to have some additional results here in the next, hopefully, hour or so. But for now, we are going to toss it to break. You are watching continuing coverage of the 2024 vote here on CTN. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2024 vote here on CTN. I'm Steve Erickson.
And I'm Jennifer Anderson. Thanks for being with us tonight. It has been a little bit slow. We wish we had more to bring to you this evening, but we expected that this could be a possibility, that the results were just slow to come in. And for Anoka County, that is the case.
Yeah, there are some other counties that are pretty much 100% reported, Hennepin, Dakota amongst those. So not sure where Anoka County results are at this hour. It is 11:34 p.m. and we pretty much do not have any results. So let's cycle through the pages of what we have at this hour. Again, 4 of our 7 city council seats are on the ballot. We heard from Pat Carlson, the at-large council member, who is, once his numbers drop, assuming that he will have another term on the council. Same thing with Ward 1 council member Brad Griskoviak.
Both of them running unopposed, of course. We will have a new council member in Ward 2, Peter Butler, running against Don Willardson, but of course 0 out of 5 precincts reporting at this point. So we will have to wait for those results later into this evening, perhaps sometime throughout the night.
Yep, and then our other council member race we're waiting on, council member Ward 4. This is an open seat. Blake Miskowick versus Christopher Geisler. Again, no results reporting in any of our city races.
Moving on to the Anoka County Commissioner for District 1, Betsy O'Barry and John Heinrich are both running for an open seat, but again, in Anoka County, we currently have 0 precincts reporting. In District 5 for Anoka County Commissioner, this district does cover Coon Rapids. We have incumbent Mike Gamache running again for his seat, challenger Randy Nelson. In District 6, we have Julie Jepson, the incumbent, and Jeremy Schroeder challenging her in that seat. Again, 0 out of 20 precincts reporting. And in District 7, we have Mandy Meisner, the incumbent, running against Tahir Herzala, 0 out of 19 precincts reporting in that district.
All right, moving to our state representative races. In District 34B, incumbent Melissa Hortman with 64% of the vote currently, Scott Simmons with 36%. That is because Hennepin County precincts are reporting. 12 of them. There are 2 Anoka County precincts in this race, and again, those are not reporting, so we do not have final results there. State representative in District 35A, that is all Anoka County, no results there. And also 35B, no results there with Carrie Rayrauer and Steve Pape.
Statewide, we have for U.S. Representative in District 3, Tad Jude and Kelly Morrison. Currently, only 196 out of 230 precincts reporting. Right now, Kelly Morrison is in the lead there, but a bit of a ways to go yet before determining how those final results will shake out.
And moving on to U.S. Senator for Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar with 56% of the vote currently. Challenger Royce White with 40%. That is about, looks
over
like we're
half.
About over half of precincts reporting
across
in
Minnesota.
Yeah. And moving on to president and vice president, we have what, about a little over half of precincts reporting. Kamala Harris currently with 51% of the vote. Donald Trump with 47%, but still a long ways to go there. And your favorite thing here, the constitutional amendment.
We have the constitutional amendment vote was on the ballot for all of Minnesota. We have 2,484 precincts out of the state's 4,103 precincts currently reporting, and as of right now, the yes votes are at 77%. Those yes votes meaning that the funding from the Minnesota State Lottery would go to natural resources and environmental funds. It would be an amendment to the Constitution, the state constitution, to extend a stipulation that is currently expiring.
All right, and I believe that is all the results that we have there. So we are sorry we can't give you more results at this point, but if you are looking for those, you can find them on the Secretary of State's website. We will also be here and provide those numbers right on the air here as they come in. I'm assuming they're in the next hour or 2 or 3.
That would be the goal. You know, our hope was to bring in a few more candidates, bring you a few more of the winners tonight, both in the council and in some of our state representative races. But we're going to kind of call it for the night. I think some of our candidates are ready to say, okay,
yes,
it's enough waiting for now. So we will encourage you to continue to watch mnvotes.com for results, or stay tuned to CTN. We will continue to post updates online and on our channel as results do become available, whenever that might be.
Hey, guess what? It's 11:38 p.m. on election night, which means election ads probably over at this point.
Yay, no more of that.
No more of that. No more mailers or stuff on your door. So there are some positive parts to this night, but always, election night is always an exciting time, and we like to be here to bring you the coverage. And
Yeah, thanks for joining us. We're glad you were along for the ride. We will continue to watch, as I'm sure you will, and the rest of America, as we wait for more results to come in the hours and perhaps days in some cases to come.
All right. For Jennifer Anderson, I'm Steve Erickson, and for all of our crew here at CTN, thank you for watching. Have a great evening, and we'll see you next time.